Buenos días a todos y a todas. Quiero agradecer a todos ustedes, queridos amigos y colegas, por el esfuerzo que hicieron para poder estar aquí hoy presentes. Vamos a dar comienzo al 21 Congreso de la FIBA aquí en Pekín, China. Quiero agradecer, en primer lugar, la presencia de las siguientes personas que hoy nos acompañan. El señor Li Yen-chuan, viceministro de Deporte. El señor Yang Jian-dong, vicealcalde de Pekín. Y el señor Yu Chai-chin, vicepresidente del Comité Olímpico Internacional. Asimismo, los señores Zhao Wen y el señor Chen Ji de la Oficina Municipal de Deporte de Pekín. Asimismo, tenemos presente al ministro de Deporte de Mali, el señor Harun Modibo Touré. Del doctor Carl Chin, presidente honorario de la FIBA, del señor Bob Effleton, presidente honorario de la FIBA, el señor Manfred Stroher, tesorero honorario de la FIBA, a los miembros y colegas del Comité Ejecutivo y del Buró Central de la FIBA, y a ustedes, a los presidentes o los representantes de las federaciones nacionales que conforman la Federación Internacional de Baloncesto. ¿Qué decirles? Creo que en primer lugar algo muy lindo. Estamos aquí en la fantástica ciudad de Pekín. Miremos su magia. Bueno, se los dije, fantástico, increíble. Estamos aquí, en Pekín, China, y alguien que se siente muy orgulloso de que estemos nosotros todos acá es la persona a quien voy a invitar a hacer uso de la palabra, es el vicealcalde de Pekín, el señor Yang Yen-dong. Vicealcalde, por favor.
尊敬的穆拉德瑞主席，尊敬的扎格里斯秘书长，尊敬的各位国际篮联代表大会的代表，女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。经过4年的筹备，国际篮联篮球世界杯即将开幕。4年来呢，我们与国际篮联一直保持着密切的合作关系，各项筹备工作都推进得非常顺利。今天，我仅代表2019年国际篮联篮球世界杯组委会和北京市政府，向国际篮联第21届代表大会的召开表示热烈的祝贺。向远道而来的各位贵宾来到北京表示诚挚的欢迎。作为2019年篮球世界杯前举办的重要会议，本次篮联代表大会在共商篮球运动发展大计的同时，为我们提供了一个与国际篮联大家庭相互交流、增进友谊的平台。在这里，我要衷心地感谢主席先生以及代表大会对中国篮球事业发展的支持，对本届篮球世界杯8个举办城市的充分信任和悉心的指导，也向所有关注和支持篮球世界杯筹办工作的朋友们表示真诚的感谢。4海嘉宾陆续到达，一届有史以来参赛人数最多、规模最大的篮球盛会即将拉开序幕。让我们一起见证32支顶级球队的精彩表现，分享篮球带来的快乐与激情，谱写世界篮球运动发展的新篇章。最后，预祝本次会议圆满成功，也祝各位在京期间生活愉快。谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Trabajó mucho nuestro vicealcalde, la verdad, como él lo dijo, codo a codo con FIBA y logramos llegar a este día excepcional del Congreso y un día más la inauguración de la World Cup de FIBA. A continuación quiero invitarlo a dar uso de la palabra también a alguien que desde hace bastante tiempo, si bien nos conocíamos muchísimo, con la Agenda 2020 que lanzó nuestro presidente del Comité Olímpico, Thomas Bach, la relación con valga la redundancia, el Comité Olímpico Internacional y todas las federaciones internacionales en las cuales ustedes saben muy bien que nuestro querido Patrick Baumann trabajó muchísimo como miembro del Comité Olímpico Internacional. Pero realmente esta Agenda 2020 nos hizo trabajar en forma conjunta, Comité Olímpico y federaciones internacionales. ¿Y quién mejor? Alguien que es un amigo nuestro. Voy a invitarlo, es el vicepresidente del Comité Olímpico Internacional, es chino y se llama Yu Chai-chin. Por favor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished President Murator, dear colleagues and friends from basketball family. It is my distinct privilege to address and welcome you here at the 21st FIBA World Congress in the Olympic city of Beijing. Please let me convey to you the greetings and best wishes of the President of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, who I have the great honor to represent. He unfortunately could not be here with us today, but he's very much looking forward to hearing the outcomes of the important Congress and meeting with you on the occasion of the final of the FIBA Basketball World Cup 2019. This Congress takes place at an exciting time for basketball, with the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 already on the horizon. The anticipation is building ahead of the Games. In fact, this Congress will conclude with the opening ceremony of the FIBA Basketball World Cup 2019, the flagship FIBA event, which of course is also an Olympic qualifying competition. I joined the IOC President is wishing all the teams and athletes a most successful World Cup and all the best on the road to Tokyo. The strong standing that basketball enjoys around the world, and especially in Olympic sport today, is a reflection of the hard work of all of you. This Congress is therefore an excellent time to look back on the progress that has been made since the last FIBA World Congress in 2014. In particular, this is a chance to express our thanks to the outgoing FIBA President, Horacio Murator, for his vision and leadership during this time. Mr. President, you have overseen a period of the growth and innovation for FIBA and basketball around the world. The Olympic debut of 3-on-3 basketball next year in Tokyo is perhaps the best illustration of the progress led by FIBA. This innovative format has captivated young people everywhere. With the 3-on-3 basketball, FIBA has demonstrated in a concrete way how to bring greater youth appeal to the Olympic Games program. The format perfectly fits the goal of the IOC to make the Olympic Games more urban and more youthful. If anyone had any doubts about the popularity of 3-on-3 format, I'm sure they were quickly dispelled after experiencing the enthusiasm and the energy, both on and off the court. During the 3-on-3 basketball competition at the Youth Olympic Games, Buenos Aires 2018, the IOC is looking forward to continuing our close collaboration with FIBA to make 3-on-3 basketball great success at the Olympic Games, Tokyo 2020. This gives me the opportunity to pay tribute to our friend Patrick Bowman, who so suddenly and unexpectedly was taken from our midst last year in Buenos Aires. It is no exaggeration to say that without Patrick's passion to innovate and modernize basketball, we would not have 3-on-3 basketball on the Olympic program. We continue to carry him in our hearts, and I know that the best way to honor his legacy is to ensure an unforgettable 3-on-3 basketball debut at the Olympic Games. Also, in many other ways, FIBA is leading by example, deepening the global appeal of basketball, thereby spreading our Olympic values around the world. Many of these initiatives will be discussed at this Congress, such as promoting women in basketball, both on and off the field of play, using basketball to inspire social change, or making sustainability and good governance central to all of FIBA's activities. These many innovations underway demonstrate how FIBA has embraced the Olympic Agenda 2020 reforms. Thank you for your commitment, and I can only encourage the FIBA family to continue on this path of innovation and change. On behalf of the IOC President, Thomas Bach, I would like to express our thanks and deep appreciation to Mr. Horacio Muratora for your contribution to promote the role of sport around the world. Your enthusiasm and hard work leaves a strong legacy for your successor, the incoming FIBA President, Haman Niang, whom I would like to congratulate and wish all the best as you take up your responsibility at this Congress. What better way to begin your presidency than to have all the excitement of the FIBA World Cup 2019 to look forward the right after the Congress, and then followed by the Olympic Games, Tokyo 2020, just a few months later. With the great work of your predecessor, you have a solid foundation to build on. You have every reason to look the future of basketball with great confidence. The new presidency is also an opportunity to build on the great partnership that exists between FIBA and the IOC. Only last week, we saw the most recent example of our collaboration with the highly successful TASTE event held at the Olympic venue in Tokyo. The high level of basketball and the great enthusiasm of the spectators and fans, together with the smooth operation on the organizational side, should give all of us the confidence that basketball will shine once more as the highlight event at the upcoming Olympic Games, Tokyo. Mr. Haman Yang, you will lead FIBA during an exciting time for basketball, The IOC looks forward to even deepen our friendship and cooperation under your leadership. We know that we can only make progress together. This is why I want to reaffirm that you and FIBA can always count on the IOC as a partner on your side. Shaping the future of sport can only be done in partnership. This is our commitment to you. Let us stand united in our shared goal and promote our shared values of sport. In this way, we can make the world a better place through sport. In this spirit of partnership and friendship, I wish you a most successful FIBA World Congress. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias a estas dos personalidades del mundo del deporte de China. Como ustedes habrán visto, ya hemos cumplido el orden del día, el primer punto, la apertura. Y qué mejor con estas dos grandes personalidades que nos dirigen la palabra. El punto número 2 del orden del día es el pase de lista de ustedes, de las federaciones presentes. Yo voy a invitar al secretario general, Andrea Saglis, para que realice el pase de lista de las federaciones presentes. Mientras tanto, voy a acompañar a nuestros invitados que tienen que seguir con su rutina diaria al retirarse de la sala. Así que desde ya les pido que por favor un gran aplauso para toda la gente del gobierno, del deporte y del Comité Olímpico de China. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Welcome to Beijing. This is the FIBA 21st Congress, and I have the honor to go through our list. This is an elective Congress, so unlike what we did in Hong Kong, I have to be a bit formal. And I hope you can bear with me for 2 minutes. I will be calling one by one the federations that have registered for the Congress. These were 166. So far we have 152 checked in already in the hotel, but several colleagues are arriving today, early morning, or in the course of the morning. So let's see who is already in the room. Afghanistan. Thank you, President. Albania. Thank you, Mr. Bonari. Algeria. Thank you, Mr. President. Andorra. Gracias, señor Fernández. Angola. Thank you, Tony. Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you, Kebra. Argentina. Gracias. Armenia. Good morning. Aruba. Good morning. Australia. Thank you, Ned. Austria. Good morning. Azerbaijan. Good morning, President. Bahamas. Thank you, Mario. Bahrain. Good morning, Sheikh Issa. Bangladesh. Good morning, Sarkir. Barbados. Good morning. Belarus. Thank you, Nastasia. Belgium. Thank you, Stefan. Benin. Thank you. Bhutan. Thank you, Jigme. Bolivia. Gracias, Marco. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Good morning, Amber. Botswana. Thank you, Bonilo. Brazil. Thank you, Carlos. Brunei. Bulgaria. Thank you, President Gluskov. Burundi. Thank you. Cambodia. Thank you. Cameroon. Good morning. Canada. Thank you, Glenn. Cape Verde. Cabo Verde. Central African Republic. Thank you, President. Chad. Thank you, President. Chile. Gracias, Iran. People's Republic of China. Colombia. Buenos días, Jorge. Congo. Democratic Republic of Congo. Bonjour, Président. Cook Islands. Good morning. Costa Rica. Gracias, Alvaro. Côte d'Ivoire. Bonjour. Croatia. Thank you, Stoico. Cuba. Buenos días, Dalia. Cyprus. Kalimera Anthos. Czech Republic. Thank you, Michal. Denmark. Good morning, President. Djibouti. Dominican Republic. Gracias, Rafael. Ecuador. Pepe. Egypt. Not arrived yet. El Salvador. Buenos días, Ministro. United Arab Emirates, UAE. UAE. Okay. Now you lost me. Thank you, President. Eritrea. Morning. Morning. Fiji. Morning, President. Finland. Morning. France. Slovakia. French Polynesia. Morning, hands. Gabon. Thank you. Gambia. Thank you. Georgia. Morning. Germany. Gibraltar. Morning, John. Great Britain. Thank you. Greece. Kalimera Taki. Guam. Frankie. Morning. Guatemala.
Not making
Morning,
enough.
President.
What the titty sprinkles?
Guinea.
What the titty sprinkles is going on? I like titty sprinkles.
Guinea-Bissau. Guyana. Morning, Patrick. Hungary. Peter. Iceland. Hannes. India. Govindraj. Indonesia. Bobotai. Islamic Republic of Iran. Ramin. Iraq. Hussein. Ireland. Morning, Bernd. Israel. Amiram. Italy. Maurizio. Jamaica. Morning, President. Japan. Jordan. Good morning. Korea. Morning, Panyul. Kosovo. Elvira. Kuwait. Good morning and welcome back. Latvia. President Valdis. Lebanon. Akram. Liberia. St. Goodrich. Libya. Good morning, President. Lithuania. Good morning, Arvidas. Macau, SAR, China. Good morning, President. Madagascar. Madagascar. Jean-Michel is not here. Malawi. Good morning. Malaysia. Good morning. Mali. Mali, bonjour. Malta. Morning. Morning, President. Marshall Islands. Morning. Mauritania. Morning. Mauritius. Thank you, President. Mexico. Buenos días, Presidenta. Federal States of Micronesia. Good morning. Thank you very much. Monaco. Thank you, President. Montenegro. Good morning. Montserrat. Gilmore. Here. Morocco. Bonjour. Mozambique. Thank you, President. Namibia. Thank you, President. Nauru. Thank you very much. Nepal. Thank you. New Caledonia. Bonjour, Thierry. New Zealand. Thank you, Greg. Niger. Merci, Président. Nigeria. Thank you, Musagida. Northern Mariana Islands. Good morning. Norway. Thank you, Mr. Parliament. Oman. Thank you, President. Palau. Thank you, Jubilee. Palestine. Thank you, President. Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Nick. Paraguay. Santiago. No está. Philippines. Thank you all. Poland. Thank you, Grzegorz. Portugal. Manuel. Puerto Rico. Jum. Thank you. Qatar. Thank you, President Al-Mufta. Romania. Thank you, Horia. Russia. Andrei is here. Rwanda. Good morning, President. Thank you. Samoa. Thank you, President. San Marino. First time. Welcome. Sao Tome and Principe. Saudi Arabia. Good morning, President. Senegal. Bonjour, Babacar. Serbia. Dayan. Seychelles. Seychelles. Sierra Leone. Good morning, President. Singapore. Good morning, Ko. Slovenia. Matei. Somalia. Ali. South Africa. Good morning. Spain. Buenos días, Jorge. Sri Lanka. Good morning, Chula. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not here yet. Sudan. Not here yet. Suriname. Morning, Hank. Sweden. Good morning, President. Switzerland. Thank you, Giancarlo. Syria. Good morning, President. Chinese Taipei. Good morning. Tanzania. Good morning. Thailand. Good morning, President. Timor-Leste. Good morning. Togo. Good morning. Thank you. Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Claire. Tunisia. Ali, merci beaucoup. Turkey. Serbiland. Turkmenistan. Thank you, President. Turks and Caicos Islands. Thank you very much. Uganda. Nasser. Thank you. Ukraine. Good morning. USA. Thank you, Jim. Uruguay. Buenos días. Venezuela. Bruno. Vietnam. Thank you. Excuse me. Yemen. Thank you. Zambia. Let me give another try, if you allow me, for those that have checked in but are not here. Brunei. Very good. Thank you. Madagascar. Jean-Michel? No. And Paraguay. One more try. Good. So, from the 166 federations that had sent their documentation properly, Mr. President, I can confirm that we have in the room 154 national member federations of FIBA, and we can start our official workings of the Congress. Thank you very much.
Bueno, gracias, Andreas. Hermosa presencia de nuestras federaciones que nos acompañan hoy. Llegamos a un punto número 3. Ustedes saben de qué se trata. Es ahora el momento para recordar a quienes nos dejaron en los últimos 5 años. Cuánta emoción, ¿no? Increíble. Seguramente, como a mí me pasa, muchos amigos, también muchos queridos amigos. Por todos ellos le voy a pedir un minuto de silencio, ¿puede ser? Muchísimas gracias a todos. Bueno, pero qué momento, como les decía. Pero bueno, hay que volver al trabajo. Tenemos que seguir. Y nuestro trabajo nos indica que tengamos que abordar el punto número 4 del orden del día, que es casualmente la aprobación por parte de ustedes del orden del día. Con bastante tiempo nosotros preparamos todo lo referente a punto por punto, así que necesitamos su aprobación también. Si alguien quiere alguna aclaración, nuestro secretario está a disposición. Reitero, está a aprobación el orden del día del 21 Congreso de FIBA 2019, Pekín, China. Muchísimas gracias. Aprobado entonces el punto número 4. El punto número 5 también es la aprobación del informe del Congreso de Medio Plazo del 4 y 5 de mayo del 2017 que realizamos en Hong Kong. Tuvieron también con tiempo reglamentario en su disposición todo el relato de lo que ocurrió allá en Hong Kong, que fue histórico para nosotros porque fue la primera vez que hicimos un congreso medio término, es decir, en la mitad de un mandato. Creo que fue fabuloso, tuvimos un contacto más directo con nuestras federaciones nacionales, con los workshops de los temas más importantes que teníamos que tocar. Y creo que, por seguro, lo mismo lo tenemos en nuestro reglamento, pero dentro de 2 años nos vamos a ver de nuevo, o se van a ver de nuevo ustedes, nuestras federaciones nacionales, en un congreso de medio término también. Está a disposición de ustedes la aprobación del informe, cualquier aclaración, nuestro secretario está a disposición. Ok, muchas gracias. Aprobado el punto número 5. Punto número 6, me toca a mí. Es el discurso del presidente, que más que nada es un informe de todo su mandato, y quiero con total orgullo, antes de empezar, decirle, valga la redundancia, como lo dije ya en varias notas periodísticas, que para mí ha sido un orgullo ser presidente de FIBA en este periodo 2014-2019. Gracias por todo vuestro apoyo y respeto, tanto en lo personal como a mi investidura de presidente de la Federación Internacional. Este deporte que todos amamos, que estamos acá por pasión, nada más que por pasión, fuerza, si no, no estuviéramos haciendo este gran sacrificio para tener nuestro deporte entre los mejores del mundo. En mi primer día como presidente de FIBA, allá en Sevilla, les dije que era para mí un momento de orgullo el que todos ustedes me eligieran presidente. En mi último día, como tal, hoy, quiero expresarle que también es un gran momento de orgullo para mí. ¿Por qué? Por haber logrado como presidente de FIBA, junto al trabajo de todas nuestras federaciones nacionales, del Comité Ejecutivo, del Central Board, de todo el staff, tanto de Casa Central como de todas las direcciones regionales, de nuestras comisiones, cuyos presidentes están acá representando a todo ese grupo de trabajo, a todos ellos siempre estaré agradecido.
Always be grateful to all of you because I think we were able to achieve and more than achieve the targets that we set ourselves at the last Congress in Seville. Also, I'm proud that I was afforded an opportunity that moving between the 5 continents of the world, either for tournaments, for assemblies, for meetings, for zone boards, for meetings of executive committees, I was able to see for myself the real passion that is engendered by our sport. I see that there's a real will to work together so that we can achieve our vision and we can achieve our goals. And I also saw that there's a great deal of respect for FIBA, our parent institution. Those of you who are in Seville, I'm sure you will recall a couple of things that I said when I'd just been sworn in as president, and that is national federations. And I said this because for many years, I felt that I saw it from that point of view as president of the Argentinian Federation, and I realized that the work done by national federations is anything but simple. And therefore, it was important for FIBA to really concentrate on them, on you, and I saw no exception to that approach. FIBA will always be available and for those who need to make the necessary institutional changes, and we will provide support for those who communicate their ideas, their innovatory procedures and approach, and we will give full support to national federations. The idea in FIBA is that we should develop the game of basketball, and we also want to bring people together, and we want to bring the basketball community together. And this is very much in line with our idea of making basketball the world's most popular sport. You, national federations, are important for us in achieving that goal. Without your support, without your cooperation, without your engagement, we will not be able to actually achieve those goals and be able to keep moving in the direction we want to move in. Since the last midterm Congress, the main way in which we've been trying to achieve this has been the new competition system. And here we have got the qualifiers for the World Cup in FIBA 2019. And this was in November of 2017. We now have national teams who compete more frequently, and this meant that people were given a greater opportunity to actually see games themselves. They could see them on television, and they could also see them live. And we also strengthened our link to fans, and we did this through social media. The qualifiers also provided federations with an opportunity, and it's a very special opportunity, to welcome new fans. And they could also generate income by selling tickets and selling sponsorship as well. They could also bring in upcoming young players. and they could also work in areas where national teams had never appeared in the past. And FIBA is playing its role here, and this has meant that we invested more than 20 million euros in this. Part of the qualifiers had a great impact, but that's not enough, though. It's not enough just to have an impact. What we're trying to do is develop our national federations, and we believe that has to be our guiding principle. This is one of the main strategies of FIBA, and which I suggested at the beginning of my term, and I was able to carry this out as a president of the working group on the support and development of national federations. Now, there may be some who've also been at FIBA events and who have resources and structures in place so that they can actually guarantee development of our sport in their countries. But there are others, though, who do need our help. FIBA is now got a number of national federations which have huge growth potential, but the foundation is also working with national federations in countries and in smaller territories, so as to help them to maximize the potential that they have in the sport. We have visited 181 federations between 2015 and 2017. We looked at the needs of each of these, and we have developed strategies so that they could develop the game. And we really need to have regular contact with them, and we have to see how each of them are moving forward in terms of governance, training, refereeing, administration, teams, venues, promotion, and the broader commercial opportunities. We now have in place a programs system, and we have a number of allied activities which would include the personalized services to 24 national federations, and this is but the beginning. What we're doing at the moment is having workshops which are based on three main officiate, play, and train. And here we have seen a number of and good progress in our 5 zones. And here we feel that we're much closer to our national federations, and we are now a much more unified basketball family. We have supported federations, and in so doing, we have really been pushing one of our main priorities. And thanks to this unity, we have also had unity in terms of administration and management. We've protected one FIBA, and this means that our staff throughout the world, 200 in number, are all working on a single organigram. This is revolutionary for international federations of our size. We have regional directors, we have departmental directors, and we now have a real managerial fabric in place. And they apply the central board decisions. These zones are now really driving a development of the sport because they know what regional needs are, and they are better able to promote our sport, thanks to their closeness to what's happening. And we've also have to comply with the national laws in Australia, in Lebanon, in Puerto Rico, in Ivory Coast, and also in Germany as well, where things are a bit more complicated. But thanks to the presidents of the 5 zones for their support in this. And we have made to forge links and with each other, and we've worked together, and we've worked with confidence and trust. If we look at what's been happening at continental level, the continental club competitions have remained important for FIBA. We want to have good tournaments in all zones, and we want to work between FIBA and the 11 best leagues, and this has been a great success in Europe. And we believe that there's a lot more that can be done in this area. clubs, thanks to their participation, have acquired greater prestige, and they're better known in their own countries, and they're better known abroad as well. And in Tenerife, and in won the and here in the we've had Tenerife and Athens, and these have been real events. And because of the sporting principles which are at the very heart of a competition, clubs know that if they actually do well in their national leagues, then they will be able to move into the Basketball Champions League, and that is very useful and important for them. And this is very good for people in national leagues, and it's also very good for the sport as a whole. In February of this year, NBA and FIBA announced plans for an African league. And we also have projects in the Americas and in Asia, so to reform and strengthen our existing competitions. The Intercontinental Cups as well have shown that there is real potential in that area. And the most recent edition in Rio de Janeiro in 2019, and it led to a very great final. And San Lorenzo in Argentina actually won in the runoff game. And here, this competition is part of a project in which we're trying to promote the game, and we're trying to up the standard of those games as well and those championships. And we trust that in future championships we will be able to welcome in winners of African and Asian leagues. And we have also seen promising developments in the women's game. The women's World Cup in Tenerife a year ago was an extraordinary event. It was really well organized, and the best of all was that we were able to see some wonderful games. And we saw the United States, and they, for the third time, won the World Cup. But it's important to stress that Nigeria and Senegal as well became the first African teams to get through to the finals. And what's even more important is they showed that they were worthy opponents of the United States and European teams. Belgium as well showed its potential with a very exciting playing style. And we have decided that we are going to keep pushing the women's team. And because of the new competition system for national squads, we are going, in November of this year, we will bring in a regular competitions and tournaments throughout the year. And this will give a lot of women players an opportunity to show their talent on an international stage.
FIBA wants to ensure that basketball be played by everybody and presented everywhere. And we've got to bear in mind that we need to carry out major changes. Those changes were introduced in 2017. We ensured that we would implement new rules which allow the players to use certain principles. And I think that the traditional clothing requirements we felt were incompatible with the rules which required girls to not to wear head coverings. And we wanted to also reduce the risk to injury, and also at the same time to actually allow people to continue to be recognized as players. On the 1st of October 2017, the new rules were introduced, and countries where they pay traditional clothes can see that there are women's games being played, and players can use the hijab. I think it is also been something that is really exciting to look at young players at the continental and at regional level. And we have seen some very exciting basketball games. I think that these are unique opportunities to present talent, passion, the emotion, and the potential of the stars of tomorrow. In my own country, in Argentina, the World Basketball Cup 2017-2018 was a great sports achievement. The Women's Committee 2017-2018 in Minsk was also a very well organized event, and it was a marvelous competition in which we had some of the best emerging talents participating. Congratulations to the team that have won titles, including France. This year we had the women's championship in Greece and in Thailand. Once again, we had a brilliant organization and a top-level organization. So I'd like to say that we've got congratulations which are deserved by the USA team. I should also like to point out that Mali played very well in Greece, and that meant that Africa was put on the map, and they reached second place. In Thailand, we had two incredible days of semi-finals and finals, and the level was really very, very good. It's impossible to match that. And I think that USA Basketball, Australia, and Spain did very, very well. Congratulations to Australia for the second place. With regard to 3-on-3, there has been incredible development of our young discipline, and I think that we've got the first Olympic Games with 3-on-3 in Tokyo between June 2017 and August 2019. We had 10,605 official events. 105 were organized by FIBA and 10,419 which were endorsed by FIBA. I think that this is the best tribute to be paid to Patrick Baumann, who was the inventor, the architect behind this project. And I think that this was a historic moment, and I think this is going to be very special when it goes to the Olympics. As far as the FIBA objectives, in other words, to grow the game and to increase the grassroots level, the IBF, the Basketball Foundation, has developed mini basketball in 2018 in order to give new impetus to basketball. We have seen a number of events in the 5 different zones, which have involved more than 5,500 young players. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to all those who've helped us achieve the developments in FIBA. In particular, I'd like to say thank you to my wife who has supported, because without her untiring support, I would not have been able to achieve what I have achieved. I'd also like to say thank you to my children for their support and understanding, represented by Luciana, my daughter, who is here with me, and her husband. I'd also like to say thank you to my parents who instilled a passion for this sport in me. I think this was an example for me to follow, and at the sporting level. I'd like to thank my mother and my siblings for their support. I'd also like to thank all my colleagues and friends that have provided me support throughout my career. And I would like to also thank Tucumán Club, which is the club of my region in the north of Argentina, and the Tucumán Basketball Federation, the Confederation of Argentinian Basketball, as well as the South American Basketball Federation, FIBA Americas, the Finance Commission of FIBA, the Central Board, the Executive Committee of FIBA. I think all these different bodies have allowed me to develop, and I think that I've been able to assume the maximum responsibility within our beloved organization, FIBA. At the beginning, I was saying that I wanted to thank all the FIBA staff, not only at headquarters, but in the regional areas as well. But I would like to say perhaps thank you to the Secretariat, which has been closest to me. Guillemette, Stephanie, Claudia, Leila, thank you very much. I would like to say thank you to Borislav Stankovic and Ingo Weiss and Ivan Manini for all their unconditional support. And in particular, I'd like to say thank you to Andreas, the new General Secretary, for the full support that they have provided with me, and above all, for having allowed us to really allowed us to take the right decisions, and that has allowed us to really support basketball at the international level. I would also like to point out that Patrick Baumann was a great friend, and he was a pillar of our organization. He was a visionary who already had very clear ideas as to how to develop our sport, and he will be very difficult for us to forget him. I think there is one sentence which defines him, and he said that at the first World Basketball Summit in China. What did he say? He said we would like basketball to become the most important sport in the world. That was his words. I think that we are on the right path to achieve this. In order to round off, I just wanted to say what I said in my first speech as president of FIBA. I think that we need to remind ourselves of what Emerson wrote. He was a United States philosopher and writer in the 19th century. And I think it is opportune just to quote his words. And this is particularly important as we face the new challenges in FIBA. Ideas go through the minds and through the limbs of courageous people. If they're not carried out in this way, they will remain nothing more than dreams. So we've got to move forward, colleagues. So we've got to roll up our sleeves. We've got to develop basket for good. We are basketball, and let's hope that we will achieve our goals.
Momento difícil, obviamente.
This is a difficult moment, but I'm very happy. I'm very emotional. It's an important moment, this. Thank you very much for the applause. I think we're going to take a 20-minute break to take a coffee break. Sorry, 30-minute break. So we will come back in 30 minutes after a coffee break. Thank you very much.
Bueno, no sé qué me
Mascara goes up. He puts a hurting on that rim. Just throws it down. mascara goes up. He puts a hurting on that rim. Just throws it down.
And the United States of America are the under-19 basketball World Cup champions.
Mascara goes up. He puts a hurting on that rim. Just throws it down.
And the United States of America are the under-19 basketball world
And won it in overtime. A classic. mascara goes up. He puts a hurting on that rim. Just throws it down.
Por favor, tomen sus asientos.
If people could sit down, please.
Gracias, merci, Sang.
Thank you very much.
Vamos a continuar con
We will now
el orden del
continue
día.
with our agenda. We will now move to item 7. This is the report by the Secretary General. Andres, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Good morning again, dear colleagues. In the meantime, before I start my report, I think we have in the room Paraguay. Santiago, bienvenido. And therefore, we are at 1:55 already. And Madagascar, Jean-Michel? Okay, excellent. Dear colleagues, this is the report of the activities of FIBA for the last 2 years since the midterm Congress. This is a report that, of course, covers 3 summers because the midterm Congress was in May, and it covers our activities globally on both our disciplines. You have on your desks the printed version, which we distributed last Friday in a digital form and is today on your desks. Of course, I have no such ambition to summarize 162 pages in the next 45 minutes, hopefully, but I will do my best to discuss with you, to speak to you about the highlights, about our strategic orientation and how we have scored with respect to our strategic goals and what are the strategic goals of the future. First of all, I have to say that this is a report that covers the activities of FIBA supervised by my predecessor, late Patrick Baumann, and of course, a 2-month period where, before my appointment, FIBA was under the reins of our COO, Markus Studer, to whom we are all grateful for an excellent transition period. Now, these have been 2 special years for a simple reason, because in 2014, in the 2 congresses, and in 2017, we spent a lot of time designing. We spent a lot of time thinking where we're going. In the last 2 years, we have passed from theory to practice. From theory to practice. So we're now at a point where we can evaluate how we have scored, what are our strengths, and there we should build on, where we need to make adjustments, and we will. Now, the structure of my report today, first, starting with our 4 strategic pillars, we'll go one by one and discuss our activities as these are a reflection of our strategy, the strategy approved by the board and the Congress. Then, the status of our relationship with our strategic partners. Then, we will review the activities. We'll pass in the more formal part of the activity report. And at the end, I will have the pleasure to present to you the strategy for the next 4 years as was approved yesterday by the Central Board. Now, the 4 pillars have been always the starting point of our discussions. National federations development, new governance, new competition system, and 3-on-3 basketball. We will see each of them in turn. And I will start with 3-on-3. I will start with 3-on-3 or 3x3. And this is no surprise, because what we achieved in this term by including 3-on-3 in the Olympics is a major achievement. It's an achievement that stands the test of time. It has only been only once in our history before that we had the pleasure to come to a Congress in the 70s and say, well, in Montreal, women will also play basketball in the Olympics. Because between 1936 and 1976, it was only the men. Now we can come to the Congress, very proud, and say, we made it. We are one sport with 2 disciplines, basketball and 3-on-3 basketball. And they will be both in the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. In about 4 minutes, I think you noticed that more than half of what he told us was about 3x3. Why? Because we could claim we're among the few, if not the only, Olympic sport that has a traditional side, which is very strong. The Olympic basketball tournaments in men and women are always a highlight of the Olympic Games, and a new youth urban discipline. Now, I think we should first take a look of how we made it from the streets to the Olympics.
We can play anywhere. We can play on top of a building, we can play on the beach, we can play on the park.
Here is a resounding success. You can see the reaction of the public. Everybody is excited. The players like it very much, and it's a great atmosphere here.
We had no clue how quick these games are, how fast-paced they are. You know, take it out of the net and you just go, 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 go. Basically a 10-minute sprint.
3-on-3 played in this fashion is incredibly exciting. Look at this terrific crowd. It's a very intimate setting. You're right up on the court. The games are short, highly competitive. I just think it's fantastic. I just came from Rio and I attended many beach volleyball games, and I think in the same way that beach volleyball has created an incredibly exciting, energetic venue targeted at young people, I think we could do the same thing with 3-on-3.
It looks like a very exciting game. It will be fun to watch the game going to Olympics. I will buy tickets for it.
Yeah, we'll make you buy a ticket, but you still have your accreditation, don't worry. Well, you saw in the video, Adam Silver, NBA commissioner, said, I just came from Rio, and he had this excitement. I just came to Beijing from Tokyo, where in the last meeting we had with the organizing committee of Tokyo 2020, you could see the excitement. You could see how the positioning of our 3x3 venue in the Bay Area, in a key area of Tokyo 2020 Olympics, where other events are taking place, close to the water, it will certainly be a hot ticket. And this is where we're expecting the world, the few that have not yet seen 3x3, to really appreciate the rhythm in the venue, the entertainment in the venue, and the high quality of basketball, which we saw a month and a half ago in Amsterdam, in our World Cup. An open-air event, a ticketed event, the biggest so far World Cup, with more than 3,000 tickets, a festival of youth. Next to us were BMX riders, there were skateboarders. It was in the central square of the Netherlands capital, of Amsterdam, and it was a great event for which we thank the Dutch Basketball Federation and our collaborating company. The year before we were here in China, another great event, and before in the Philippines, in a closed venue where we had the opportunity to have thousands of attendees. Well, the heart of 3-on-3, and that is very special with it, the heart of it is, of course, a balance between the national team competitions and the World Tour. The backbone, the professional circuit, grows every year more and more. We are trying to bring new stars on the stage, and these new stars come sometimes from countries which are not traditional basketball countries. And this is the opportunity which we see then reflected in the annual World Cup, where we have countries that would find it very, very difficult to come to China to qualify for the 2019 or for the 2023 World Cup. Well, there is a chance for all of you, and that is the 3-on-3 World Cup every year, and this is the Olympics for 3-on-3 every 4 years. Now, our newborn is no more newborn, it's no more a baby, it's now walking. And to walk, you need balance. And this balance is what will be for us a main focus in the next 4 years. We need to find a proper space for the promoters in our family, because without them, let's not hide this, without the support of private initiatives, we would not have made it where we are here, when more than 70% of our events are based on private initiatives. But you are the members, and you take the initiative now, and we expect a lot from you on 3x3. And you will see later when we amend the statutes how we position now 3x3 as an equal discipline with basketball, the two disciplines of FIBA. Now, moving on to our next pillar, new governance. This has been a long process. This has been a very brave process. I must say that 2 congresses in 2014 took decisions that were innovative for any international federation to take. They were courageous because in order to grow as a sport, we understood that we can do it only if we are one, if we are together. And indeed, we are one. One assembly here, one congress, one board, the central board, one management team, and of course, one staff. And it is this exactly the beauty of what we have created in the last 5 years. Of course, we are a very democratic organization, and we cannot be all together in the same room every 3 months. It's not possible. And that's why we have our divisions, our zones, our sub-zones, in Americas even sub-sub-zones. And this year, the President and I had the pleasure of witnessing so many of these assemblies. We had no less than 18 assemblies of federations, starting in January with COCABA, the Central American sub-zone. Moving then to February, CBC and CONCENCABA. And starting in February, the sub-zones in Asia, Gulf, West, Central, East, Southeast, South, 6 assemblies. The same in Africa. 7 zones, sub-zones as we call them, gathered the day before the zone assembly. And the President and I had really the honor to attend all 5 zone assemblies. And that's where we saw, like we do here, the democratic, open, transparent FIBA, with proper electoral procedures, with consensus when there are disagreements, at the end of the day, with one family. So this institutional unity is our force, is our power. And I have to say that the role of the executive directors on my side is crucial there, and I have to thank all 5 of them for what they have achieved, for making each and every one of you feel that you are serviced by your region at the same time that you belong to the big global family. Now, going in a little bit more into the administrative side and the legal side, we have managed, after the Central Board of last December, just the next day, the President had told me, well, you have a heavy task at the very beginning. We need to finish this pillar. We have completed 4 continents, and now we need to complete also the work with our friends in Europe. And we closed ourselves in the room, together with the leadership of Europe, headed by Turgay Demirel, and with the President and the Treasurer and the Vice President next to me. We managed to finish in 5 hours a problem of 5 years. And I am thankful to the people who did it. I'm thankful even more, I would say, if you allow me, if our colleagues allow me, to our federations who came to the Assembly of Europe in May and with a unanimity of 46 or 46 supported and said, yes, we are one family. Yes, we know our role in this family. We know that we are a good player. Of course, Europe is a big player, but we know that this is a team of 5 players on the court at any given time. So this was the achievement that allowed us to complete the new FIBA governance and be together here today as what we have dreamt in 2014, united. Now, of course, this is all nice on paper. It has to be transformed into real work. And the real work comes when you see the synergies at the administrative level. You felt it at the registration desk. There is one finance team. You felt it when you registered for the Congress. There is one IT team, one legal team, one communications team. You see it on the website. We don't confuse the audiences. We don't confuse our fans. We are FIBA. We are basketball. Therefore, these are the synergies that we will have to work more and more in the future. You will see it in the next days. You will see on Saturday, and you see it also here, that we have employees from all the offices. We have 8 offices around the world. And all 5 regional offices are working for this Congress today and are working for this World Cup that starts on Saturday. Now, of course, we had to take, besides Europe, some important decisions. Our office for Americas will move gradually from Puerto Rico to Miami. That was also a process, and is a process, that had to do with a lot of administrative and bureaucratic aspects, but this is a move that will make it also easier for the office after the mishap of 2 years ago with the tornado to service better our federations. FIBA China, here in Beijing, with 6 employees working daily for the World Cup and then for the legacy of the World Cup. Singapore, under FIBA Asia as a hub of development, and at the same time servicing, since our director of Oceania is there, the countries of Oceania, together with our office in Gold Coast. And of course, we built a new house for Africa in Abidjan. This is the first fruit of the new governance of FIBA. Let's not ignore that we managed together as one team to put the resources, to put the efforts to have a modern office for almost 20 collaborators that we have in Abidjan, servicing 54 countries. And yes, in Europe, the office will stay in Munich because we are 50 minutes flight one from another. We have 75–80% of the staff there. There is some staff in Geneva. And these are the collaborators that are working together, also with the team of Basketball Champions League, a European competition, to improve basketball on the continent. Now, I have to say that we are very blessed to have such multi-talented staff at our disposal. And we will encourage this unity, this administrative unity of the FIBA family, by allowing also and giving opportunities to our staff to have mobility among the offices, because we do need to build the leaders of tomorrow. Now, Having completed the new governance and working every day on its implementation and improvement, we need to see our third pillar, the new competition system. The last time we met, we said it was May 2017. We're all looking forward to November. And November came. And November came, the first Jambo. It was 6 o'clock in the morning in Geneva, and the office was full because Korea was playing New Zealand. And that was the first Jambo of a new era for basketball. This has been the biggest project our federation has implemented in its almost 90 years of history. If you open the report, you will see numbers and numbers and numbers, impressive numbers. We can talk about the numbers all morning. But 420 games, for each of you, you know what it means to organize a game. To organize the fans, the team, all the event operations around it. 420 games we delivered in just 15 months. And this was delivered by you, the national federations, hand in hand with us. Because this biggest project came with the biggest ever investment of FIBA in an event in its national federations. FIBA took over a number of costs off your shoulders because we wanted to give you the opportunity to bring the national team home and really create a year-long product where your national team is present not only every summer for 2 weeks on the TV of your audiences, of your fans. We have new stars, definitely. Based on the rosters that I was given this morning, every single team of the 32 that participate in the World Cup, every team has a player who participated in the qualifiers. Every team. And not only in the qualifiers of the summer, the qualifiers, the windows of the winter. So those who insulted the players by calling them National Team C or National Team F, I think now they all get a reality check. You cannot insult a player who is trying to improve his skill, who is trying to go on the biggest stage, who pulls the national team with him to the World Cup, and then he is one of the 12 that makes it here. Or he's honored by those who play because he made the team qualify. Now, besides the sporting aspects, besides the fact that we saw more than 2,000 players, so the rosters became so deep. National federations usually would have a smaller pool of players every summer. We saw players that were not on the radar before, if you allow me the expression. So, what was the reaction of our partners? Our partners believed in it. FIBA Marketing and FIBA Media did their job, and we had the support that we needed. Actually, our partners at times believed in it more than we did, if I consider some of the discussions we've had over the 2 years. And these discussions were difficult for a simple reason. Because this pillar, this project was meant to take us all out of our comfort zone. Because it was a comfort zone to just show up with a team somewhere in the world every summer, play, win, lose, and go back. But it's definitely outside of comfort zone. And the only way for us to grow if we organize regularly home games of the national team. And this is a main message that comes from the experience. It doesn't need to come from me. It comes from the experience of the last 15 months. Of course, it touched more than 80 federations, almost 140, pre-Continental Cup qualifiers, etc. At the end, the players are in the center of this. We reduced their workload, and of course, we made the biggest ever insurance program that FIBA has seen to cover the players and, of course, the interests of our clubs, regardless where they come from, who release the players when on national team duty. Now, do we need to make adjustments? We already made one. This coming November, we had one game and we merged it with a February window. So we are indeed following how the project is evolving. We don't close our eyes and our ears and just go ahead. We do go ahead, and we go very fast ahead, But at the same time, we are ready to make necessary adjustments. And, of course, we need to find a solution to the rights of the athletes to join their national team. Because there were many of them who said in writing, informally, formally, that at times they wanted to come and play for the national team, but unfortunately they were not allowed to do so. And I can confirm from this podium that we will continue to defend this right of the players with any possible means. So this is our new competition system, but although we are at the end of the mandate, 2019, please don't forget we have tried this new project only for half cycle. We have only done half of it so far. The other half is coming, and it's coming in February when we start the Continental Cup qualifiers. So, of course, we have our first lessons and our first wins, but we need to wait until the summer of 2021 to make a full evaluation of this topic. And these are the venues. These are the venues. Initially, in the first windows, we were receiving the registration of venues and we're saying, isn't this a small venue? Because, indeed, some of us were insecure. But as we continued, the venues became bigger and bigger. And we had more than 150 of the venues sold out. Approximately 70% capacity, attendance, as average in the qualifiers. So it is a successful start, and indeed, national team basketball has come home. A few words on our fourth pillar, on which the President mentioned quite a lot, because I know it is a pillar very close to your heart, a pillar that when you came in 2014, and after the inauguration of the headquarters, which was a pillar in the previous mandate, you asked and you decided at that time with the board and with Patrick to put it on the priorities. And it will remain on the priorities, President. I can guarantee you that. Well, on the side of development, we started the mandate with visits, inspections, discussions, workshops. 181 of you, actually more countries than the countries today in the room, were visited for this project. The regional offices and the team in Geneva in charge of development are working as one team. Why? Because only if we combine the information, we can be closer to your needs. We can understand them better and we can be closer to your needs. So for the first time, we have the first program of 24 countries as a first tier, and then as a second tier comes the FIBA Family Development Program. And all this is without considering all the work, the regular work that our regional offices do, and the important decisions that our zone boards take in regards to development. Because when it comes to development, as the President said, indeed, the zone boards collect a lot of know-how and experience. But of course, along the way, we had to answer many questions. I still remember we went to our first board in Munich, and we had to confirm, of course, if you have the resources, yes, you will play youth competitions every year. Yes, of course, it is not just the quantity that makes the difference for our development, it's also the quality. And this is why we have to continuously evaluate where we stand. But it is important, especially where we can travel and we can make the operations much easier, it is important to play frequently and to have the young generation really compete at international level and get better. Because if you don't play against the best, you don't get better. This is a basic principle. And if you're not trained by the best, you're not getting better. So a lot of work has gone into coaching, training coaches. We have a new coaching manual for which the president of the World Association of Basketball Coaches will talk to you today, translated in 6 languages around the world. This is a book that you should all have in your offices and distribute to your stakeholders. At the same time, we started some new projects. In the Americas, we have the camps, because we found that the needs of certain federations were, in terms of identification of talent, So, in terms of identification of talent, we had to have these camps to put these kids together, to make them known to their federations, to have them play in the national teams. And we're very glad to see many of them playing in the youth events this summer. Allow me to say one thing. And when it comes to our other services, we are not, and you know this very well because you asked us to do it this way, we're not writing blank checks. We're not just subsidizing projects. When we do development work together, we do it together. Because this is the way that we can learn you better, and this is the way that your people, your staff will improve. So this is always a question that comes to me. Can you support us? And I will say, yes, we will support you, but we need you also to work next to us during the next 4 years. And besides the coaching clinics, the refereeing clinics, the workshops for statisticians, the hundreds of seminars, we did a bit more. We invested in equipment. We have invested in no less than 2,000 new users for the MAP, the Management and Administration Platform. FIBA changed the entire platform, the software where all the data for the transfers is based, for the registration in the tournaments, for all the licenses. This was a tremendous effort that took 3 years, and we started implementing it a year ago and now in full speed, introducing finally what we had discussed so many years ago. I remember it 10, 11 years ago, the electronic letter of clearance. Now, we did something more. We identified partners in the market who can be helpful to you, and where we, as the International Federation, can open the door for you to them. International brands, like is Genius, that is providing you the live stats, that is collaborating with more than 250 federations or leagues around the world, and helps you manage, and at times also helps you commercialize your data. You will find them outside, and you'll also find outside the new partners we have since yesterday that will help you make what is always complex simple. That is producing the feed, producing for TV, for YouTube, for whatever you like, the images from your competition in a very simple and inexpensive manner. So these are the developments that we have seen in this pillar, but this pillar never ends. And this is why we will continue doing it more and more and in a more coordinated manner. And I have to say on this topic before passing to the next, don't be surprised, some of you, if you receive the message from us sooner or later that saying, for your country, we will prioritize the support in 3-on-3, because this is where we see your future in competing at the top level. So yes, some of us, we need really to change the gear in the box. We need to go faster because we cannot wait. We don't only have competition inside, we have a lot of competition outside, and we need to be ahead of the developments. Now a few words about our strategic partners. Starting, of course, with the IOC. You know that FIBA is a federation that has a very strong role in the IOC. We had an IOC member in the person of my predecessor, late Patrick Baumann. And in the various meetings we have had with the IOC since December, and you heard it today from the Vice President, we have received utmost confirmations that the role of FIBA with 2 Olympic disciplines is central in the future of the Olympic movement. We collaborate on a number of levels. As you know, we coordinate for you the Olympic solidarity programs, and we are grateful to the IOC for supporting us in this respect. We have 2 IOC members on our board, Richard Carrion and Eric Tohir, 2 months after my nomination, the President Bach gave me the honor of joining the Olympic Channel Commission. As you know, the Olympic Channel is one of the very important projects of the IOC and very close to the heart of President Bach. At the same time, we try to be the leaders in matters like anti-doping, integrity, and governance. And yes, in governance, despite the problems that we may have in one continent, we are in a position to say that we have a model of working with private initiatives in 3-on-3. We have a model of working with leagues around the world. And we have a model for almost 30 years now of working together with the biggest professional league in our sport, which is the NBA. The National Basketball Association is our strategic partner, as you know. And this is a partnership that in the last period has become multi-layer, multi-level, and deeper. And I will explain that. Not only this Congress approved in 2014 the introduction, incorporation ex officio to our board of an NBA representative. And NBA showed very well to us how seriously they take it by appointing their deputy commissioner, Mark Tatum, to our board. And we also showed how seriously we take this involvement by having Mark on the executive. And I would like to thank him for the contributions for the past 5 years and for continuing with us in the future. Now, of course, the NBA is the US professional league that is more global than any other, and their goal of growing the game is very compliant with our goal, with our mission of making basketball the biggest sports community. This strategic alignment helps us enter new areas of collaboration. We have followed the last 2 years how many of you have signed agreements for junior NBA programs, which helps you enter schools. And now we have a memorandum of understanding some basic principles, I would say, that help us coordinate this work around the world, which allows us to introduce some FIBA refereeing and FIBA coaching clinics on the side of junior NBA programs, and at the same time introduce some national team elements to make it clear to the kids around the world that there are two great honors if you are a basketball player, and their dream may be to wear a jersey with the NBA logo, but at the same time, it's a great honor, if not the greatest, to wear a jersey with a FIBA logo, because this means that you represent your country. And the understanding we have and the value of both these two propositions, the mutual understanding has helped us move into a new uncharted territory, which is collaborating for a new league, the Basketball African League. Of course, we had a league in Africa. Of course, there is so good activity for more than 5 decades. And of course, what was before the Africa Champions Cup, then the Africa Basketball League, was the #1 league in Africa. But we sat down, the leadership within FIBA. I had the honor of having a very open and sincere conversation with Haman Niang, my vice president, and Alphonse Billet, executive director for Africa. And I said, is this the way we want to see our sport develop in Africa? And both said yes. And you know why? Because they said this is the opportunity to become, what we are in women, the first team sport, also in men, the #1 team sport in Africa. And this collaboration with the NBA for the BAL will allow us at the same time to organize below this elite a qualification tournament, not one, many, that will qualify teams on the top. And I'm glad to confirm that the BAL will comply with what is our DNA. This is the sporting criteria. It will be the champions of certain countries and other teams qualified through FIBA Africa qualifiers. Now, the collaboration goes also beyond Africa. The President mentioned in the Intercontinental Camp we had the champion of the G League team. This is something that I very well remember how, with hesitation, Patrick mentioned in Hong Kong in 2017, saying, we're trying to do that. We made it, and we will make it again this year, in this season, where the champion of the G League, the affiliated team, the Houston Rockets, will come to play the Intercontinental Cup again. And at the same time, we try more and more to increase cross-promotions, also through the BCL, where we will try to promote NBA programs accordingly and have there some collaboration, which will help us show to the world that we work hand in hand. Now, with this partnership going well, we are even stronger as a FIBA family. And this strength is reflected on what you saw on the wall coming in and what you see in the gift bag that you have under your desks, the partners. And these partners, these commercial partners, these 9 global partners, Frank, we're waiting still for the 10th. These 9 global partners are with us thanks to the work that we are doing all together and thanks to the work that our strategic partners, FIBA Media and FIBA Marketing, are doing together. You know that we are managing through our marketing and media subsidiary, FMMS. We're managing these 2 relationships. We have, with Frank and Thomas, 2 world top experts helping us there, helping you at the same time there. And on one side, FIBA Media, Perform, now renamed DAZN, rebranded, and on the other side, FIBA Marketing in front. So what have we done there? We have a model, an innovative model, a model where the real experts are the ones who go to the market and sell. They are the ones who have a clear briefing from us on what to do. And at the same time, while they have been brave enough to believe in our new competition system, to believe in the World Cup and guarantee us certain amounts, at the same time, we are the owners still of these rights, and we determine the fate of our competitions and of FIBA. This is very important because it has allowed us to de-risk, and at the same time, it has allowed us to go to the zone assemblies, the 2 of us, and say to our friends at the regional offices and to the zone boards, don't worry. Don't worry, because your budgets, your development budgets are guaranteed. And this is not an easy thing to say 4 years before. And this is why we put on the screen that this model brings results, because it has allowed us to come also to you today and say, well, nobody said we're rich, but we are, and the Treasurer will explain, in a position to finance what is the heart of our activities, our competitions, and the development of our national federations. And one of these 9 partners is, of course, Nike, and Nike has allowed us to do much more than what you normally expect from a commercial partner. And I say much more because the access to the players that collaborate with Nike, and you have seen it, not only through the ambassadors, but through the entire promotion of the World Cup, has been unique. And along with the other partners, one of them, I would say, most senior one in terms of years of collaboration, Walton, I met last Sunday in Tokyo. All of them, each and every one of them, we thank them from the bottom of our hearts for their help. Now, that said, putting ourselves on the proper level to work, we need to see a little bit what we did. We need to see, starting with the senior events, the biggest event we had the last 2 years was the Women's World Cup, where we witnessed some great women's basketball on the court.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and welcome to Tenerife. This is the FIBA Women's Basketball World Cup. Showtime! Beautiful basketball by France.
Ting spins. Oh!
Put it on the highlight reel. Oh, they Backhand to Bashman! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Nigeria make the World Cup quarter-final for the first time in their history.
Straight to the quarterfinals. A tough day at the office for China, but the Opals, they advance to the semifinals. Belgium have made it to the semifinals.
People love a Cinderella story, and right now, Canada possibly being that team.
Coming out strong. Spain have done it.
Yeah. I'm ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it. I'm ready to do it. I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now. I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top.
The winner will play the United States in the final.
I step on the field, it's time to get
Today, Spain have fought back to tie the game.
None of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down.
Australia have a lot to be proud of. They have won in the hostile atmosphere of the Santiago Martín.
I do this for my crowd, so turn me up real loud. My time, my time.
We've got the USA against Australia in the final of this FIBA Women's Basketball World Cup.
Those feelings are made up. Get in the game, your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up. It's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up.
It's 10 minutes, just push it.
My time, nothing can keep me from reaching the top. My time, my time. None of you
She is blocked. That is the final 73-56. Really seriously challenged this USA team in this final.
So turn me up real loud. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Well, these were excellent images from an excellent event. Thank you to the Spanish Basketball Federation. Jorge, excellent job. Thank you very much. Because they showed that you can make a great show. You can put excellent conditions from the players in a venue that we had the chance to discover through Basketball Champions League, if you allow me to mention, through a government locally that was extremely supportive, and at the same time, a project for the Spanish Basketball Federation that was, and I would like to say it if you allow me, with a profit, because this shows that the value of our events goes continuously up. And we are really looking forward to the bidding process for the 2022 World Cup, which is currently underway, and I believe that already several federations have been inspired by what we saw in Tenerife. Now, besides the Women's World Cup, we had other senior events, the Continental Cups for men and women in 2017, and already 2 Continental Cups for women in 2019. And if we can distinguish 2 characteristics, and if we can say this really were the markers for what we did in these senior events, first, we treated them all as one product. The unified look and feel, the unified delivery of the event, with all the offices in reality working in sync for these events, has helped a lot into bringing up the value. And we saw it between 2017 and 2019 already. And we saw the second characteristic, that what was and started in Europe as a necessity back in the time with multiple hosting is now a real good model, a real good model that we have applied in other continents. So not only in the men's competition, we had, of course, Finland, Israel, Romania, and Turkey for the Eurobasket 2017. But at the same time, we had Argentina, Colombia, Uruguay for the America 2017. Senegal and Tunisia for Afrobasket. And when it came to the women's competitions, Latvia and Serbia earlier this summer in the Eurobasket women. Of course, the ones who were brave to take all the burden on their shoulders are also to be congratulated. Lebanon, 2017. In women's, Mali, Argentina, India, and Czech Republic in 2017. And a few weeks ago, Senegal. And I don't know if you saw the pictures from Serbia and Senegal, but we did have 11,000 in the semifinal of Eurobasket women, and we did have 15,000 in the final of Afrobasket women, 15,000 inside the venue, because there were another 7,000 outside the venue. And we can only congratulate all these countries, and we thank them for their contributions. Now, the success of the senior events is not, of course, coming alone. It has to be supported by work in the youth events. This is where we do a lot of work. We invest for one simple objective: to create the stars of tomorrow.
Patterson gets in, gets rejected this time by Suggs. It up and dunks it. He had people draped all over him. Minot gets the rebound. Drive, Owen Moncrief just took matters into his own hand. It's down the ground for the ball, up to Hampton. Look at Mobley hustling down. And then he's, not in this house, says Corinne.
So these events gave us the opportunity to see how our federations are doing in development. Of course, this is not the only reflection of how well you do in a World Cup. But when, for the first time, an African country not only makes it to the quarterfinals, not only makes it to the semifinals, but makes it to the final and loses to the United States, and then you cannot put even a smile on the face of these kids because they said, we wanted to win. We wanted to beat also the United States tonight. Then you understand how well the development can work in some countries, or how the development opportunities that other countries give and collaborate with them is important. But what Mali did is, of course, only an indication of what can come in the future and why we should continue investing, not only on the side of those who play, but also on the side of those who organize. Also on the side of those who organize, because yes, Belarus did a World Cup under 17 women. Egypt did a World Cup under 19 men, where Canada won, and did a closing ceremony like none ever before. A great event in Egypt. And yes, Thailand delivered 10 years later another great World Cup women under 19. And these three countries showed that everyone can do it, and they were next to traditional organizers of ours like Italy, Argentina, and Greece, and we are thankful to all six of them because we know what it means to organize a Youth World Cup. Now, having seen the stars of tomorrow, let's see how we did in the club side. And it's not very common that we come to the Congress of FIBA and talk about club competitions. But this slide shows by itself how we see our work globally, holistically, and that you cannot just have one strong leg, the national team competitions. You need to have a strong second leg, the club competitions. And when I say you, it means the FIBA family. And that means that whether we organize it or we work together with someone who organizes it, the important is that the competitions are within the FIBA family and we all comply with some basic principles, not only of behavior, but also of complying with what it means to play for the national team and what it means to play for a club. So, yes, we made a big investment in the Basketball Champions League. And yes, I can confirm that we'll make now another investment in the Basketball Champions League in the Americas. That will be a new product, not the replacement of the Liga de las Americas, but a new product where together with the leagues, we will work together with our federations to pull basketball in South America, club basketball, where it should be at a higher professional level and really offer to our fans there what they deserve, a top product. I spoke earlier about the Basketball Africa League. I spoke earlier about the Intercontinental Cup. You see the picture? We played in Rio de Janeiro in the venue where we celebrated the final of the Olympic Games 2 years earlier. And why the Intercontinental Cup is important? Because it is the top of the pyramid that allows everyone to have as a reference point. And this reference point is important also for Asia, where the FIBA Asia Champions Cup, a one-week tournament given the difficulties in the calendar, in the continent and the distances, is being upgraded constantly thanks to the help also of Infront, our partners, and the hard work of our regional office in Beirut. Now, of course, we are 2 days before the first jumbo of the FIBA Basketball World Cup. Tomorrow, we'll have an opening ceremony, and this is the moment where I feel that from the heart, on behalf of the entire Central Board, we would like to thank the Chinese authorities, the local organizing committee, the ministry, the municipality of Beijing, and the municipalities and provinces hosting games in all 8 cities of the World Cup. Please do not compare this World Cup with Spain 2014. I know many of you were there. It was a great event. It was, I would dare say, the best World Cup of that era, because as of tomorrow, we're going into a new era. With a World Cup of 32 countries, the country with the largest population in the world, simultaneously in 8 cities. We played in Spain in the 80s in 7 cities, but that was consecutively, not at the same time. And it is an event where the investment, both from FIBA and from the local authorities, is unprecedented. I know you felt it. You have seen the promotion. You have seen what we have done in order to put the players in the center of this campaign, in order to make everyone feel that this is the sporting event of the year in the world. Yes, we pushed the event 1 year later. Yes, we increased to 32 teams. Yes, we included a qualification process, but never before had we discussed for the World Cup, for the road to the World Cup, for a period of more than 1.5 years. So the moment has come. And the commitment of the locals is confirmed in the most obvious way. I have the pleasure to inform you, and we were given the green light to make this announcement today to you just before my report started, that tomorrow at the opening ceremony of the FIBA World Cup China 2019, the President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping, will be present and will declare the World Cup open. Together with him, we will have several dignitaries from governments, and we expect also the highest representation from our next hosts, the Philippines, which we will be able to confirm tomorrow. Now, having said that, I would like to underline 2 things about this World Cup. It's the first time that we have a special program for players' experience. Not that we were not taking care of them before, but it's the first time we will have a certain team of people working particularly to see every detail possible that can be adjusted, can be improved for the players' experience. There's no perfect experience, but we do want to make it for them the best experience in basketball in their career so far. And this is why I wrote a personal letter to each of them, welcoming them and telling them that we are doing our best to accommodate them and make this experience great for them. And if you allow me, the second is innovation. Innovation because never before did we have 20 cameras offering also augmented reality graphics to our fans around the world in a World Cup. Never before did we have microphones on the referees when they go to the table and watch the instant replay for the fans on both sides of the screen to be able to understand what's happening. And of course, this is where our partnership with DAZN and FIBA Media and this big team behind the project has shown their professionalism. And never before did we have an activation plan by our partners. Because it's one thing that the partners give you some funds that help you organize the event, but it's a totally different thing when the partners spend more resources, human and financial resources, to be associated and activate their promotion, their sponsorship to the event. Late last night, actually too late last night, I received from our FMMS Director General Frank Lenders a 171 pages document of all the activations that our partners have done, not only in China, one would say because it's a big market, not only China, across the world, in their local markets as well. And we are very thankful to them because this way they make the World Cup bigger. Now, brief word of appreciation to a gentleman on the Central Board who headed the Coordination Commission, Burton Shipley, President of FIBA Oceania, who had the itinerary New Zealand, China, in the same way that I have the itinerary Geneva, Lausanne on his calendar, as frequently and as easy for you all the time to come here and work tirelessly for this event. Thank you, Burton, and we thank, of course, the entire team. Allow me, before we talk about the future, 2 minutes, some formal national federation matters. Allow me to congratulate 2 national federations who, if I may use the word, rebounded. 2 national federations, Brazil and Kuwait, who are back. They solved their institutional issues. Brazil is strong, is present in the World Cup. Brazil also organized an America Junior event. And Kuwait, just 1 month ago, after approving new statutes and having elections, has been reinstated in the family. Welcome back, and we appreciate your work. Now, unfortunately, in Peru, things are not getting better, and what is at times almost, I would say, frustrating is that while we have spent a lot of time and resources in trying to bring them on board, we have not yet seen the proper initiatives in that country, despite the Pan American Games. But the board yesterday, the Central Board, has decided to recommend to you to continue the suspension. This is a formality under the General Statutes. The suspension has to arrive until the Congress, and then, if it is to be continued, to be decided by the Congress. But we will keep the task force. We have an excellent member of our Central Board who knows the area very well, Marcelo Bedoya, and a specialist lawyer working on that topic. Of course, in Europe we have done some lot of work when it comes to governance. We finished, you remember, in 2017, the review of Spain, Germany, and Russia, following which there was a recommendation by the board to have a task force for Russia for the league and national federation relations. And, as has been confirmed to us also by our Central Board member, Andrei Kirilenko, and what we have seen ourselves, really, the VTB United League has shown really good faith, and they are collaborating much better every day with you as members of the FIBA family. Of course, there is a lot of room for improvement and making the relationships closer and better every day. And I can say that I had this experience on Sunday morning when I visited the Japan Basketball Association offices, and I saw under the same roof league and federation, two different entities with their autonomy, but under the same roof. One door with two logos, and 80 members of the staff, 40 and 40, working next to each other, because at the end of the day, we have one goal: to develop our sport, to grow the sport. We want more people bouncing the ball. And of course, the leagues and our clubs want to win and want to make a profit in the cases where there are commercial entities. So it should not be difficult. It should not be difficult. And yes, we have managed, besides the NBA, to have excellent relationships in the Americas with our leagues, in South America and Central. In Asia, we have recognized certain tournaments like the ABL or the preseason tournament that is played in Macau, SAR China. And of course, we are open always to the discussion, to good faith discussions. And yes, some of you asked me already earlier today if I would make a reference. Yes, we need to make a reference to an ongoing dispute in Europe, an ongoing dispute that is taking too long to resolve, but it's not an easy topic, an ongoing dispute that impacted in a negative manner, in a very negative manner at times, our qualifiers, particularly in Europe. And I can only say the following. I can say that when a relationship has reached a negative climax, as this one reached during the qualifiers, the first thing to do is to decompress the feelings. And now, I think you saw this in the last window in February. There were more players released by the clubs because the clubs understood the windows were not there to disturb them or hurt them. The windows are there. The regular presence of the national team is there because the basketball, our sport, needs a strong heartbeat. And the heartbeat means that when the beat goes down for the clubs, the national teams come. And we keep the national team interest across the year. And this is what we have done in other places of the world, like, for example, the collaboration in Australia with the federation and the league together, so the value of the national team participating in the qualifiers and playing. So the league would stop, the national team would attract even more, perhaps, attention to basketball because the national team attracts the non-core basketball fan, the new fans, the ones that do not regularly follow basketball. And then 2-3 days later follows a club game, and that is where our leagues can really, what we would call, grow the pie. That's where our leagues could take the national team audience and convert it into league audience and really multiply their incomes. And this is the type of relationship we would like to see around the world. And this is the type of relationship that we will work hard to achieve, at the same time defending our members, defending our players and their freedom of choice. Now, with that said, I will take a few more minutes of your time to talk about the future. And when I say the future, I mean where are we going from here and what are our pillars for the future. The Central Board approved in Abidjan in March a process that included, first, the management team providing from the ground, as we would say, the people who work daily from their teams input. Then this came to the executive committee. Then the president and myself discussed with the zone presidents, both the three that were confirmed and re-elected, as well as the ones that were not re-elected but continue within the family, because Hamane will take a different position, and at the same time, Yussi also took a different position. Included also Anibal and Carol. And we presented yesterday to the board the new strategy which was approved under our statutes for the next years. And this is what I would like to talk to you about right now. We will not change our vision. It remains the same. Smart, progressive, open, responsible, and working together. These are the values of FIBA. And the vision at basketball is the most popular sports community. This has to be our vision, because this is what we're working for, making our sport bigger and bigger. And when I say it has to be our vision, it's because we can make it. It's not a dream, it's a vision. Of course, there are other colleagues in other sports who are doing a great job. But at the same time, we are a global sport, played all around the world. And our mission is to develop and promote the sport of basketball and unite the community. And I hope you understand what unite the community means, in reference also to what I said a few minutes earlier. Now, we have certain objectives. What you see there, what it says priorities, whatever you see below are 8 objectives. We will not go with just isolating 4 pillars this time. We will have 8 objectives. And we look at the 8 objectives at the same time. Empower national federations. Reposition women in basketball. Enlarge the FIBA family. Develop youth basketball. Continue to build 3-on-3. Deliver excellence at FIBA competitions. Shape international club competitions. And have sustainable financial growth. And of this, the Central Board decided that we will have 3 as priorities, so we will elevate them to the next level in terms of resources and focus, without forgetting the other 3, the other 5. So the 3 will be the development, the empowerment of the national federations, women in basketball, you can delete reposition, this is wrong, women in basketball, enlarge the FIBA family. And what do this mean? This means we don't forget youth, we don't forget 3-on-3, we don't forget that we need to deliver excellent FIBA competitions, we don't forget that we will continue investing in club competitions, or that we have to really work within our means. But, and you have it in your activity report, we have put for you all 8 elements, all 8 objectives, strategic objectives of FIBA, and what each of them means, and you can refer to that, and I hope you will find there really what covers your activity. But you will find on the screen right now what it means empowering national federations, building professional capabilities, designing grassroots programs, encouraging federations to participate in international competitions, improve equipment and advise on new infrastructure, and then increase the number of national federations in top groups. Because you all measure your activities by results, but we don't measure your activities only by results. And this is where we need to improve, that we create some milestones, not only for us, but also for you, and help you in this designing of the strategic future of your federations. And then women in basketball, implement the new competition system that is coming. The windows for women are coming in with pre-qualifiers for the Olympic Games in November, and for Eurobasket Women 2021 in the same window. Why? Because we need this regularity also in women's basketball. But I would like your attention. This is not a pillar women's basketball. This is a pillar women in basketball. Because we need more women to coach. We need more women to officiate. We need more women in the stands watching our games. And yes, we also need more women in our boards. And we have to get more and more open to that, because if we're not open to that, then it's too late. We had to be already open to this. Now, of course, this means giving opportunities, and of course, this means being more modern at any given time. But we cannot do all this without enlarging our family, increasing the number of participants, including more stakeholders. Yes, including, not excluding. We should exclude on those who don't comply with our values. But those who comply with our values and want to develop the sport, we should include them in the family, whether this is a league or a promoter. And encourage innovation. And one of the topics that was really mentioned yesterday at the Central Board is how we will tackle the growing and growing and growing community of esports now that, of course, touches our activities at the international level. So with these strategic priorities, I would like to say a few words concluding my report. And these are not just pure acknowledgements. These are words that come really from my heart. And it's not only that in these 9 months in the position of Secretary General, I have received great advice by my 2 honorary presidents, who both have the liberty of calling me any time and telling me, are you doing well? Bob and Dr. Ching, thank you. Not only by a central board, the central board that entrusted me with this task in a difficult, one of the most difficult times in our history. Not only with the 5 zone presidents who really in the zone assemblies gave us a real hug, but also an institutional hug. Thank you for that. Thank you, Turgay, Hamane, Sheikh Burton, and Yussi. But also to the executive directors, the people who are my eyes, my ears, my mouth, I say, at the regions, Alphonse and Hagop, Kamil and David, and our newcomer, Carlos. And I thank them and the staff. We're all together, one staff, but I cannot close before saying a big thank you to my treasurer, who had the most difficult of the duties in Buenos Aires in October, on 13 October 2018, and together with the president, managed, with the support of Hamane and the 5 presidents, to keep FIBA strong and to allow us, as of December, to open a new page in our history. Horacio, I cannot say how grateful I am, my dear president. You are, and you have been, not only a president, but at the same time a mentor to me, and I appreciate this very much. At the end, I have to thank you all. I made a promise to the president in December. I said, I will come this day, and there should be nobody who says, nice to meet you. I would like to have seen all of you at least once. Actually, there were 2 these 2 days only that told me, nice to meet you, and I have not seen you before. But this is how you have made me feel very welcome. And of course, you need me with a different hat, but this warmth of reception that you have had for me and this close collaboration that you feel with me is really what charges my batteries every day and allows me to lead a great team in order to make our sport the biggest sports community in the world. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Ahora está a disposición.
Now we can take questions. If you have any questions about the report, about the new objectives that we have, these were unanimously accepted by the executive and by the central board, but we do need everyone's support for these new targets. So the floor is open. Do you have any questions, any comments? Please raise your hand.
Was
it that clear? No one got any questions? Well, very good. And an applause for the Secretary General. Thank you. We will now move on. We have item 8 on our agenda, which is something where we have that is on the federations now. Our treasurer is now going to take the floor. He's going to come forward and he will make his report. So, Ingo, I think it's going to be you, is it? Are you going to start? Do you want to come up forward?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to be able to provide you with the report of the Treasurer today. And I'm also very pleased today that I'll be able to present a financial report which, from my perspective, is very good and which I hope will provide you with a lot of satisfaction. And you will see that we have done exactly what we expected. As you heard in the General Secretary's report, we have invested a lot in basketball, and that is reflected in the figures that we are going to present to you. As we know, the figures and the finances have to be approved by the Executive Committee, and we control these 4 to 5 times a year. There are reports done on this regular basis, and at the end of the year, the Central Board has to approve the financial report. But now I have the pleasure just to present a few things to you in a bit more detail. And I hope that I'll be able to deal with the technology. Please bear with me if I have difficulties. Wait, it seems to start well. I need to press the button. Perfect. I think it takes a bit of time to go through. So, what I'm going to do is to tell you what figures we are able to present, what are the developments. So I'm going to try and do that by taking you through the detail. And you've got a graph on the screen so that you can see what we have done over the last few years. What is particularly interesting is that in the last cycles, Manfred Schur was presenting to you the figures over a 4-year period. But now we've added a 5th year as a result of the conversion. And it was a difficult period because, in principle, we had 1 year where we had less income. For example, the 4-year period, which is covered by the Olympic Solidarity System, we had to cover that over a 5-year period. That created certain difficulties for us. But as you can see, we've been able to subdivide the individual years. I'm going to go in some of the detail figures in a moment. As you can see on this screen, if I look at some of the detail figures which are being projected onto the screen, you have income and you have expenditure. And as you can see, you've got 2014, 15, 2016, 17, and 18. And you can see that there is a big difference between 2014 and 2017, 18, and 19, 20, both on the income and expenditure side. And that reflects exactly what the General Secretary was saying earlier on. In other words, we've been investing in different activities, and we also have new partnerships with Infront and Perform. These are partners that are very important for us. At this juncture, allow me just to give you a piece of information. I'm very grateful to Horacio and also Hamane, but also I'd like to say thank you to Markus Studer and all the people working at headquarters, because in the difficult times since the tragic death of Patrick Baumann and the new election of a Secretary General, obviously a lot of things can go wrong, but our partners stood by us. Our finances have been maintained on a solid footing, and that was thanks to all the good work being done by the people I have mentioned. Now, you will see that we have done a number of different things. Look on the income side. Of course, our income has gone up, and it's gone up on a continuous basis. But in 2016, that was a year where our income didn't go up, and the reason is it's an Olympic year. And you will see on the expenditure side in a bit more detail in a moment. If you are in an Olympic year, you will only see the income being reflected from the Olympic movement in 2017. Now, we had, of course, the Continental Championships in 2017. Then we had Perform and Infront as our partners. We were able to organize a Continental Championship thanks to that partnership. In 2018, we had a year where we invested in the World Championship. That was a championship organized in 2019. And I think it is a figure that should be much higher than the deficit of 5.3 million we had in 2016. Now, let us look at the details. I hope I won't bore you with this, but there are certain points I think that need to be highlighted, and I would like to give you a bit more information about them. You can see the differences on the income and expenditure side over the various years. We have, obviously, in different areas, we had the qualifiers in 2016, and we generated more income. That's why you see this big spike. However, you also see that we had national team competitions which also generated income. At the same time, if I ask you to look at the second column where it says partnership and sponsoring, you can see that our sponsoring stayed more or less the same. We don't have so much income on the Olympic years, but in the rest of the periods or rest of the years, we've stayed more or less stable. And I think that we are able to use that increase in order to pass money back to the national federations. And you can see that that was what happened in 2017 and 2018. We had 20 million income from media rights, and then we had 50 million and 54 million. So you can see we were able to achieve some of our targets. On a commercial basis, you can see in the Olympic year 2016, the figures were somewhat lower. It was a difficult year because that's not our event, it is an IOC event. That's why we have less income. Commercially speaking, we had an opportunity to make a lot of improvement. We doubled our income, as you will see. And then I move on to the expenditure. Our expenditure obviously also increased, and that is quite an obvious development. Now, perhaps you might be interested in what comes under others or miscellaneous. We've got income from different venues and equipment center. We get subsidies for this, or we also have financial transfers which have to be effected. Now, let me say something about our expenditure. On the expenditure side, as you can see, our expenditure have increased in parallel with the increase in our income. Let me just go into some of the detail. Now, perhaps you may ask yourselves, what happened in 2014? 11 million for salaries, and then we had 80 million in 2018. Well, the reason is we needed to increase our headcount. We needed to have more staff for the 3-on-3 activities, and we need to increase our staff. We needed to do more for the windows. We also had regional offices which had to have their staff increased because we also have a number of different projects in the pipeline, and we therefore had to develop more activities, and we needed more staff to help us deal with this. We also needed more admin staff. In 2017, you may say, why was this so expensive, 15.5 million, compared to other years? Well, there is a very clear reason for this. In 2017, we had our midterm Congress, as the Secretary General said, and a midterm Congress costs quite a lot of money, just as this Congress does, and you can see this reflected in the expenditure. In 2017 and 2018, our event costs went up because in 2017, our continental championships took place where we were forced to make a number of investments. But at the same time, in our event costs, we were able to invest in the World Championship, which are going to be taking place this year. So we already made advance investments. National Federation support. You can see the payments that we make to the national federations. Each federation knows exactly how much it has received. You got the correspondence from us, and so you know exactly what happened. And then we had Zoran's pot of money. We had the basket development program. Again, we increased the amount in that fund because in the different national federations, we have a lot of white spots. In other words, these are areas where we need to provide help, and we thought we needed to really invest in this area. And in 2016, right up to 2018, we increased this fund from 2.7 to 10 million. These are youth projects, or 3-on-3 projects, or 5-on-5 projects. And the idea was to manage basketball activities. Now, all this are activities which are investments in the future of basketball, and these are all the developments which have been outlined by the Secretary General. So it's very good for me to be able to present this report to you, because you can see how much we're building basketball activities. On financial non-operating results, that covers the support that we give to various leagues. There are basketball championships in Europe, for example, which are covered by this, but there is also a league in the United States which is supported through this. Ladies and gentlemen, I've given you a brief overview of the figures which are reflected in our income and expenditure account. I hope I've been able to provide you with a general snapshot of the picture of the situation. And I tried not to be boring, but at least you can see what is happening where. The next chart will show you what is happening at FIBA in a consolidated viewpoint. Now, as you can see that we have liquid assets reflected. Now, I'm not totally happy because I would have preferred to have a much higher amount of liquid assets. And we're at about the halfway mark as far as I'm concerned. We've got about 56 million or 56.3 million. I would have preferred to be around 70, 80, 90 million. That would be the kind of figure that the treasurer that I am would like. But it would be good if we could have a bit of a cushion to be able to carry us through those years where we get less income. And I think that that is something that provides us with a bit of support. In spite of that, I would say that we're still happy with the situation. We are an international federation. You can see what kind of work we're doing, and our liquid assets reflect the kind of positions we're holding. Now, we are holding Swiss francs primarily, but we also have euros and US dollars. And perhaps in view of the currency exchange rates, we want to make sure we don't lose too much money in our conversion. And I'm very grateful to the team at headquarters that they maintain permanent contact with us to see what needs to be done. I'd like to say thank you to the members of the Finance Commission. And we also have friends from the banking world who are helping us, and I think that we've really got to be very careful and make sure that we husband our resources carefully, and that we really hedge different currencies. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I come to the end of my presentation, I would like to say a big word of thanks. Thanks to Patrick Marier, who is our CFO. I'm always on the phone with him. We meet on a regular basis, and I must say I really enjoy working together with him. And I hope that I'm able to keep the financial activities on a sound footing, just as my predecessor Manfred Ströer did for a period of 25 years. So it's interesting to see how we are able to develop our financial basis over the years, and I hope that I've been able to reflect this in all the charts that I have shown you. I have gone to various zone meetings and assemblies together with the Secretary General and the President. I presented our figures, I've answered questions, but of course I'm also happy to take any questions that you may wish to ask today, and I think that the CFO would be equally happy to take questions. I'd like to say also thank you to Horacio, our President. He's always supported me, helped me, and over the last few years we've become very good friends. The only thing that is different between us is that Horacio seems to eat more chocolate than I do. Let me move on to a next page. What really amazed me when I was in Bangalore, we saw Gandhi, and in Bangalore we were shown this statue of Gandhi, and I thought, what is here at the bottom of the little statue? It says, my life is my news. And perhaps I could just reinterpret the words. Investment in basketball is our life. And it is the information about basketball that we send out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I thank all the individual officers in the different zones. Thank you to the Finance Commission. Thank you to the Central Board for very positive and critical support that they provide. I'd like to thank the Executive Committee for being even more critical and asking even more detailed questions. And I'd like to say that all this has been very positive for basketball. And if you have any questions for me either now or later, or if you want to talk to me on a bilateral basis, please do so. I've been very happy to serve you. And I'd like to say thank you very much to you all.
Ingo, ¿alguna pregunta?
Are there any questions? Are there any questions you'd like to put to the Treasurer?
Ninguna mano.
Are there no hands raised? Okay then.
Ninguna, bueno.
Thank you. This means that we can now move on with item 9, which is the reform of the statutes of FIBA. And we also take item 10 as well, which is the 2019-2023, which is nominations and elections. Now, for these two matters, I would ask the Secretary General to introduce them. Andreas, could you do the honors?
Thank you, President. As you have probably seen in your working papers, actually it came to you more than 45 days ago, together with the agenda of the Congress, the list of the amendments to the General Statutes. The amendments that we bring this time are not as many as they were, of course, in 2014, nothing to compare, but there are a couple of points that I would like to bring to your attention and explain before we go into an approval process. As I mentioned earlier in the activity report, we will include 3-on-3 basketball with express references into the statutes. So starting even in Article 1, and this is something we would encourage each and every of you to do in your national federation statutes, there will be a reference to 3-on-3 basketball. And what is important for our work, we will include in the statutes a reference that your strategies, the National Federation's strategic plans, should include also a 3-on-3 strategic program, what you are doing with that discipline. I hope you all understand, and not only the Olympics do not come as a gift, they come with a lot of responsibility for us. And it is our job to push forward this agenda even further, even forward. And this is why we will be requesting in many cases that you produce what is your strategic plan. And federations would say, well, I don't want to deal with this. We would say, this is unacceptable. This will not be anymore a point that we would, I would say, even tolerate in terms of absence from the second discipline of basketball, the second Olympic discipline. And one more change that will come is the introduction of a 3-on-3 commission that will replace the governance commission, for the simple reason that the governance commission completed the task that was given to it. It was in the past called membership as part of legal, completed the task of new governance, that pillar, and now we want to create a new commission, the 3-on-3 commission, where we will bring recommendations from that to the board. And of course, we will be inclusive in that commission, having beyond national federations in the membership, also other stakeholders in the sport. The other part I would like to discuss is, again, relating to the commissions and the experience of the last mandate, which was, of course, 1 year longer, but still, the experience, even from the second year or the third year, showed that there were cases that members of commissions were either not showing up or not participating or no longer connected to our sport because they were professionals that moved to another sport. So we had to have the flexibility to make amendments and revise the lists, review them yearly. And this is also what is happening at the level of the International Olympic Committee. This does not mean that the commission nominations that the board will produce on 14 September are valid only for 12 months, are valid for the entire mandate, but we need to keep some flexibility in cases of changes within the federations or at personal level. Then, as I mentioned, the Governance Commission will be merged into the Legal Commission that will absorb the governance duties and, in particular, the duties that deal with national federation matters. Then, of course, you will see some red in the text. It relates to dates. It relates to updating, because we meet every 4 years for statutes approvals of that sort, and some date references will be approved. And we have included in your documents a one-pager in English and in French, which explains a little bit the cleanup that we need to do with clerical errors so that the text of the statutes is not only functional as it is today, but it's also user-friendly and fully professional in terms of legal text. So this is the summary of the amendments. You have them all in detail, word by word, in the working papers, and subject to any comments, of course, we will submit them as a recommendation of the Central Board to the Congress for approval.
Necesitamos la aprobación. ¿Están de
Thank
acuerdo?
you. Do you agree that does need approval? Are there any questions, any suggestions?
Okay, gracias.
All right then, thank you.
Siga, Andrea.
Andres, could we go on?
Thank you. We move now to point 10 of the agenda. Term of office 2019-2023. We will first take care of nominations by the Congress, appointments by the Congress to the two panels. I know that the word panel is not easily translated into French, so we have to explain, because I received some questions. The ethics panel and the nominations panel are and have to be appointed by the Congress, because the ethics panel may have to deal with matters even at the level of the board, so it has a supervisory task throughout the entire FIBA organization, so it cannot be appointed by the board. It is appointed by the Congress. And the nominations panel is the panel that you entrust with reviewing the eligibility of the candidatures and performing the tasks described in the statutes. So we sent you last week the proposals for the ethics panel, first of all, and I would refer you to the working papers that you have received. We'll have 5 members. We can appoint between 3 and 6. The President and I have agreed to recommend 1 senior basketball delegate from each continent, and I will be calling them in turn, and at the end I will be asking for your approval. First, outgoing Central Board member, Mr. Scott Derwin from Australia, former CEO and chair also of Basketball Australia, and recently awarded with FIBA Oceania Honorary Member Award from Oceania. From Europe, Mr. Watkins, he is the chair of the British Basketball Federation. Mr. Watkins is one of the most distinguished sports lawyers in the UK, having been for almost 3 decades the legal counsel of the famous football club Manchester United, and he has joined basketball in the last years to support the work of the One Federation in Great Britain. Then from the Americas, Mr. Gerasim Bozikis, former president of the Brazilian Basketball Federation. For those from the Americas that said, who is that? Everybody knows him as Grego, because that is how people and friends in basketball have always called him along the years. Our friend Grego, honorary president of the South American Basketball Confederation, has accepted also to be on board for the ethics panel. From Africa, a person you know well, another senior personality from our sport, Mr. Abdelraouf Manzour, from Tunisia, for many years member of the Technical Commission of FIBA and a distinguished member of our family and, of course, of the FIBA family in Africa. And from Japan, a gentleman that contributed to what I saw myself last week in Japan, to really a governance miracle, I would say, a turnaround where under the leadership of Ms. Mitsuya and Mr. Tanaka, President, Secretary General, respectively, the relationships with the League are one, and a key figure in that unification process, together with our task force, was Mr. Saburo Kawabuchi, former president of the Japan Basketball Association. So these are the 5 names that we will be submitting for your approval, with a little bit of explanation so that you have a background for your approval as members of the ethics panel for the term 2019-2023. President? Presidenta?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
A su criterio, necesitamos su aprobación.
So we need your approval for these 5 members, 1 per continent, as you've just been told.
¿Estarían de acuerdo?
Would you agree then? Are there any objections? Thank you very much.
We move to the nominations panel. In the nominations panel, we propose the following names. By the statutes, the President, outgoing, and Secretary General will have to be members ex officio, and also our President, current President, is proposed on the list. So Mr. Nyang, Mr. Muratore, and myself. And then the list of the people that we will put forward, of course, together with Mr. Muratore, our honorary president, Mr. Bob Elphiston, our honorary treasurer, Mr. Manfred Ströer, Mr. Yussi Richards, and Mr. Pierre Colomb, the 2 most senior members of the Legal Commission. Mr. Richards, outgoing president of FIBA Americas and now treasurer of FIBA Americas, and Mr. Pierre Colomb, a man who, as you know very well, a French pioneer professor of sports law, who oversaw and worked very closely with me in the changes to our statutes in the years 2010 to 2014. So in this order, Mr. Niang, myself, Mr. Muratore, Mr. Elphinstone, Mr. Ströer, Mr. Richard, and Mr. Colon would be the members that would be called for nominations when the time comes. And we have put 7 because we saw from the experience the last 2 months that we do need more than 5 as it is in the statute, so we plan to use them.
A su consideración los nombres para el de la comisión.
We have the names now of the nominations panel. Do you agree? Yes, I think we can approve by acclamation.
I feel everyone is waiting for the workshops today, tomorrow, to say what they have to say. Yeah. Well, that is also, if I may say, the purpose of having the workshops, because we know it's not that easy to open an in-depth discussion in a big forum, but we do need, of course, your participation. Now, moving to the elections, and we will go by the position. We'll start with the president, then with the treasurer, and then, of course, I will inform you about the central board members that have already been elected and the central board members that are put in front of you today as candidates for election on the central board. So as you know, the 2019-2023 mandate under our rotation principle, it is a turn of Africa. And not only the nominations that I received in my office, but also the Zone Board of Africa, both outgoing and incoming, have supported one candidature, and that is the former FIBA Africa and also Mali National Federation President and Minister of Sport in his country, Mr. Hamane Niang from Mali. And given that we have only one candidate, this is an election by acclamation. Thank you very much. And Mr. Niang will have the pleasure to say a few words at the end of this session, opening his era, the era of his presidency. And we thank him very much, I personally also, for the good work in his capacity as FIBA Vice President, always being next to me every day. Moving now to the position of the Treasurer, we can also go here by acclamation because we have only one candidate put forward before you today, and that is Mr. Ingo Weiss from Germany, incumbent FIBA Treasurer. Thank you very much. Moving now to the Central Board members, I would like to acknowledge and congratulate the 5 of the 18. You know, after the first 3 positions, President, Secretary General, and Treasurer, we have 18 positions who reflect continental quotas, and the 5 first of them are the 5 zone presidents. And in alphabetical order per continent, first I would like to congratulate and acknowledge the election to the FIBA Central Board of Anibal Manave, President of FIBA Africa. Then, in the Zone Assembly in Miami, we had a historic moment for the Americas because the national federations of FIBA in the Americas decided to elect a lady that has devoted her life to basketball, Carol Callan, as first woman president of FIBA Americas. Congratulations and welcome to the Central Board. So you see already with Anibal, a former African champion in the clubs, and Carol having won so many medals on supporting the USA women's basketball program. We move with a man that whenever we have a competition, he is always there because his love for basketball is unconditional. And I'm talking about the FIBA Asia president, re-elected Sheikh Saud bin Al Thani. Congratulations. And I make references to them with their playing careers because they have been re-elected, so you know them so well as basketball leaders. Also a man who has honored in the past the national team jersey and has led his federation to great honors, and FIBA Europe also to big successes in the last term. And we congratulate Turgay Demirel, FIBA Europe President 2019-2023. And I mentioned earlier how much Burton has done at the global level, but you will not be surprised to see how much the Federation Oceania support him, and I saw this when we went to the FIBA Oceania Assembly at the beginning of May, and it was only natural that this trust would be reconfirmed and renewed. Congratulations, Burton Shipley, President of FIBA Oceania. So these 5 members of the Central Board will be joined now by another 13 members, and I have the pleasure to inform you that for the first 12 of those, we can again go, as we did with the President and with the Treasurer, with an election by acclamation, because the candidatures in front of us are exactly meeting the number of positions open. I would start with Africa, and with Ms. Celestine Clotaire Adjanon from Benin, and Mr. Jean-Michel Ramarosson from Madagascar. From the Americas, the 3 members that will join the Central Board, the 3 only candidates subject to your approval, will be Michelle O'Keefe from Canada, Marcelo Bedoya from Paraguay, and Yursi Richards from Virgin Islands. From Asia, the members that will join the Central Board through the elected positions from the Congress are Ms. Yuko Michuya and Mr. Eric Tohir. And from Europe, the members that will join are the following: Ms. Carmen Tocala from Romania, Mr. Jean-Pierre Chutin from France, Mr. Antti Ziting from Finland, and Mr. Asterios Zois from Greece. Congratulations. In Oceania, we have a lady that has worked a lot in the development programs the last years, Ms. Carol Lelai from Papua New Guinea, for the female position from Oceania. And for the second position from Oceania, for the candidates of the other gender, there were, after the control of the nominations panel, no eligible candidate for election directly from the Congress. Therefore, this became a position for nomination by President, Secretary General, Treasurer, and the 5 zone presidents. And I must say that with a spirit of unanimity and, of course, making a choice that for Oceania is quite important, I'm happy to announce that joining the Central Board will be David Reid from Australia. So, Mr. President, this completes the electoral procedures for the Ethics Panel, the Nominations Panel, and the Central Board 2019-2023. Congratulations to the new members. Congratulations to those being re-elected, and I really look forward to working very well together with you.
Bueno,
Thank you.
tenemos pautado hacer un break.
We have a scheduled break for lunch, quite a long break. The place for lunch, where is it, Guimet? Where are we taking lunch?
Son las 1:10.
The lunch is going to be split between two restaurants because there's a lot of us, first in the Italian restaurant and in the same place where we had breakfast. So you can go to which of those you wish to go to. But we do need to stick to our schedule because at 17:30 we're going to leave the hotel for the dinner. And now it is, I think we're going to come back at 3 p.m., aren't we, at 1500?
We return 2:45. We see each other here. 2:45. Thank you very much.
Terminaríamos y a las 17:30 podríamos.
And then at 17:30 we will leave for dinner. So thank you, and we'll be back at 2:45. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Wherever you're watching, wherever you're tuning in, this is the FIBA Basketball World Cup qualifiers.
Showtime.
Goes up for the two-handed dunk. Unbelievable! You think this means something to these guys? For the thunderous dunk. Well, get out of here. This is my house.
That's what it means to hit the winner for your country.
Now he hits a three. Wham, bam, thank you, man. Slam, dunk. Oh, baby. Are you kidding me? Woo.
Well, it's a dream situation for the fans, for the players.
Dunks it in transition. Throws it up and lays it in. One-handed dunk. 3-on-2 here, hung high and stuck down. What a finish! What an extraordinary finish! What an unbelievable play! Oh my word!
This is what you do it for. You do it for the big games.
And that has really got the crowd on their feet. Who saw that coming? Schroeder again underneath the leg and service one-handed. Oh, look out below. What a comeback.
That's what it means to hit the winner for your country. Never stop believing.
Unbelievable. What a way to win a basketball game. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Wherever you're watching, wherever you're tuning in, this is the FIBA Basketball World Cup qualifiers.
Showtime.
Goes up for the two-handed dunk. Unbelievable! You think this means something to these guys? for the thunderous dunk. Whoa, get out of here. This is my house.
That's what it means to hit the winner for your country.
Bowie hits a three. Wham, bam, thank you, man. Slam, dunk. Oh, baby. Are you kidding me? Woo.
Well, it's a dream situation for the fans, for the players.
Dunks it in transition. Throws it up and lays it in.
One-handed dunk.
3-on-2 here, hung high and stuck down.
What a finish! What an extraordinary finish!
What an unbelievable play! Oh my word!
This is what you do it for. You do it for the big games.
And that has really got the crowd on their feet. Who saw that coming? Schroeder again underneath the leg and service one-handed.
Oh, look out below.
What a comeback!
That's what it means to hit the winner for your country. Never stop believing.
Unbelievable! What a way to win a basketball game.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Wherever you're watching, wherever you're tuning in, this is the FIBA Basketball World Cup qualifiers.
Showtime.
Goes up for the two-handed dunk. Unbelievable!
You think this means something to these guys?
For the thunderous dunk. Whoa, get out of here. This is my house.
That's what it means to hit the winner for your country.
Bowie hits a three. Wham, bam, thank you, man. Slam, dunk. Oh, baby.
Are you kidding me?
Woo.
Well, it's a dream situation for the fans, for the players.
Dunks it in transition. Throws it up and lays it in.
One-handed dunk.
3-on-2 here, hung high and stuck down.
What a finish! What an extraordinary finish!
What an unbelievable play! Oh my word!
This is what you do it for. You do it for the big games.
And that has really got the crowd on their feet. Who saw that coming? Schroeder again underneath the leg and service one-handed.
Oh, look out below.
What a comeback!
That's what it means to hit the winner for your country. Never stop believing.
Unbelievable! What a way to win a basketball game.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Wherever you're watching, wherever you're tuning in, this is the FIBA Basketball World Cup qualifiers.
Showtime.
Goes up for the two-handed dunk. Unbelievable!
You think this means something to these guys?
For the thunderous dunk. Whoa, get out of here. This is my house.
That's what it means to hit the winner for your country.
Bowie hits a three. Wham, bam, thank you, man. Slam,